Hello, hello, and welcome. Hi, Vumgler, Dustin, woohoo, Sagando, and Lugia and Crone. Good to see you all. Right. Let's get this going. Let's get this going. We got Julies in there. Let's take these bad boys. Let's try and do that bloody thing again. Demon King Diablos quest that I've got to do. Ugh. Right, I am going to, just because this quest is mean, I'm going to grab these and these. I've already got combinables for that. I also need hot drinks. And then we're going to take drugs. Because the Monster Hunter world would like to tell you the winners take drugs. Not in real life, just in Monster Hunter. Let me elaborate. Right, there we go. Hi, Eugene. Welcome. I did rest well, thank you. How about you? 1k, congrats, thank you. It's not exactly 1k as well, which is hilarious. And looks incredibly wrong after having looked at that being, you know, 3 numbers for the better part of a year now. Just looks weird. I forgot the sonic bombs again. I also do not have thingy on. That's fine. Okay. How much village is left? If there's no more hidden village quests, 6 quests, I believe. Is the FU in this game an unfortunate abbreviation or a description of the experience? Both. Both. It is very appropriate. Hi, Mace. Welcome. You said you didn't even like it anyway, so honestly, there's no loss there. Nothing has been lost. Yeah, I don't think there's much village left, because I'm pretty sure the quest you get when you complete all of the village quests is G rank difficulty, which means I am not doing it. Right? The end boss of village? A Cantor, I think. Hey, Flash. You watched your knee grow? Sorry? You watched your knee grow? What does that entail? Congrats on the 1k, thanks. Better if you said 1,000, honestly. Hate me all the same. Wow, dude. Wow. When he gave you 5 hours, feeling a little sick, but other than that, you're feeling fine. I hope you feel better. It's annoying when that happens. It happens far too often as well, unfortunately. Hey, Roach. This is the Huggy stream. Yep. I don't know if there's any wuggy going on. Not quite sure as to what a wuggy is. Okay. Shitboxes. I think it is Sagano, but I'm not sure, to be honest. I think it's a Cantor, but I'm not 100%. Okay, he's going... Oh, I don't know what that means. He went down, so I think he went this way, but... I don't know. Bulls. It's fine, he went the other way. It's easy to find. Wagi means hug high. Nothing big, don't worry. Good. It's crappy to feel ill, though, even if it's just, like, for a little bit, right? And you kind of wake out of it. Horrible feeling. This is the problem with Diablos when you don't have, paintballs. Or also tracker. Oh, it's fine. At least this one doesn't stay underground forever, like it does in lower ranks. Because this one uses a G rank moveset. Some small kindness in the world there, I guess. Oh, that's bad. That's fine. Be able to use this flight more often to attack from above. That would be horrifying. Hi, plate. Welcome. Okay, thank you, camera, for randomly 180ing. Okay, well, I guess I just get to die then. I've never seen that happen before. Just have the camera completely turn around on me like that when there's not even a wall nearby. Very odd. Continue some free USD. Now you're farming Agonactor. Oh, yeah, Agonactor. For approaching the first high rank quest. Yeah, nice. Done with a low rank, huh? Well done. Well done. Ah, good old free you, man. How I long for its sweet embrace compared to this. Compared to this absolute nightmarish hell that I live in at the moment. This just got angry for the first time, by the way. It's already killed me once and only just got angry for the first time. Oh, there we go. Taking a while. That just hits me. It does so much damage, man. I'm so sick of this game. Christ's sake. Few more in the guild, you're done there as well. Oh, nearly done with guild as well? Good. I hate that this is one of the quests I have left and I have to do all the quests. Why Diablos, man? Why does it just burrow constantly? Get that sharpness back. I don't know if Diablos' flying is stable enough to attack with, right? But it would be horrifying. That's for certain. Gaming heart in general gets pumped up the last few days. I feel like doing a third playthrough of RE4 make. Yeah, the remake for RE4. Sekiro, Terraria, guns only. Expert, of course, was for that. Guns only Terraria. How the hell do you do that? That's got to have some like hardcore stipulation on it, right? For the early game, because you don't get a gun for a little bit. I suppose you just go and try and break thingies as soon as possible. Crimson orbs and stuff, or corruption orbs. That's the head break, I guess. What that's worth. Oh yeah, the tail, of course. Good lord. Blowpipe at the beginning of wooden chest counts as a gun. Wait, really? Why does the blowpipe count as a gun? That's amazing. Started playing a little bit of Terraria last night with my partner, actually. And I decided to do bow only in that one. I was going to do melee only, but then my partner just said they were going to do melee only, so I went, you know what? I'll do bow only. We're on expert mode as well. Expert seems to be the like perfect difficulty for me. Master mode's a little bit too much. Expert's got that good spread of requiring you to like actually use potions and stuff for the fights. Like, you can't just blindly go into a fight and win instantly. You do need to prep a tiny bit, which I like. Phantasma bow? I have no idea what that even is, Dustin. Hopefully. It is, so there you go, cool. It's the one you get right before the final boss. Sure. I'm safe, good. Fucking... I am amazed I got away with that. Guns only must be one of the easier challenges? Wait, really? I mean, if you can get the blowpipe, I guess so, but... I assumed you'd be rocking, like, the musket on a corruption world for a long time. No, you just buy the mini shark, like, straight away, I guess. Or the pistol. Yeah, I suppose, in retrospect, like, you can just really quickly make, like, 4 houses, 4 houses. Quickly go and get the musket. Let the dude move in. The gunslinger. If you can't quickly get the musket, find bombs somehow. Let the demolitionist move in. Buy bombs. Let the gunslinger move in. Easy peasy, right? Hey, Nixel. 1,000 followers, special team, 24 hours frontier, non-stop grind? No. No. No, it won't. Seems pretty crazy. Appropriately late game. I would love to do sword only. And maybe magic only at some point. Magic only is probably the hardest one. Wait, really? I thought magic only would be like second hardest. I thought melee only would be the hardest one. Can't take any hits for most bosses. I mean, it depends what difficulty you're on that one, right? I would say. Summon only? Summon's not even a real damage type. No, get out of here. Going AFK is not playing the game. Just like cheesing to you. Yeah, I will occasionally use the nurse, but I won't spam her the way that some people do. I tend to try and avoid her though. It doesn't feel right. So, oh no! Oh, damn it. I hadn't combined them yet. Well, one less mega for me. I had a farm for some bosses because she gets fun to craft massive traps. I didn't even know you could make that a thing. It's kind of wild. I would have thought magic only is like not that bad, honestly. That really blows my mind. That's not fun, Nixel, to me. Your whole class's gimmick is that you have no defense and you don't need to play the game. That's not enjoyable. You just run around. You don't fight, you just flee. Seems like kind of a nightmare to me. You need to evade? Yeah, but if you're only focused on evading and nothing else, that's not that difficult. Like, you literally just run away. That's the whole challenge. Run away for a really, really, really long time while your summon does, depending on what point in the game you are, very little damage. That does not seem fun, man. Hey, each to their own. Sounds like torture to me. Sure about meta at the top of your head. How the fuck does Terraria have a meta, man? Oh my god. Arguably everything has the most efficient tactic possible. Yeah, but it's Terraria. Like, come on. Hearing the words Terraria and meta in the same sentence is just, like, heartbreaking, man. The fun, happy color game. The boomstick in the jungle. Snowball cannon in the tundra. Oh, the snowball cannon, yeah. True. I thought the boomstick would be really hard to get, right? So, depending on what difficulty you're on, the jungle is just like instant death if you get hit by a single projectile. Resummon your summons, make them target specific monsters. You can make summons target specific parts. Debuff enemies. I mean, how are you debuffing enemies? Then you're not playing summon only, right? Unless there's some super hard mode late game summon item I have no idea about. I don't know, man. While evading enemy attacks, that's just playing any class. So that's, like, not... I don't consider that something, right? That's just playing the game. I'd argue that's way harder with anything else where you're actually the one doing damage. I just don't like an AFK playstyle, that's all. That's really boring, in my opinion. It's like the builds in Monster Hunter where you just let your cat kill the creature and you just stand still that exists in Monster Hunter World, right? It's just not fun, man. Like, you go AFK for half an hour and then your cat gets the kill. Yay. It's like a challenge run when you've run out of other challenge runs to do. Almost. It's too frustrating if you're not on speedrun skill. Yeah, exactly. What keeps you invested? You're not much for building, but because there's active progression, a lot of boss fights you like Terraria in Minecraft? Yeah, I do as well. I like Minecraft. It's a good one. But there is, like, fuck all to do in that game. Honestly. The only way I can play it is with tons of mods on to give you stuff to do. Because the progression's so quick, right? Like, if you know what to do for the average person, you kind of mine. Get yourself, like, 10 bits of iron, build 2 iron pickaxes and an iron sword. Go get yourself full diamond stuff. You're halfway done. It don't take that long. A lot of fun in Minecraft is building things. In Terraria, the progression is, like, actually legit. You have to do stuff. Yeah, well, AFK, I don't mean, like, actually physically AFK, Nixel. I mean, like, you have to turn your brain off, basically. Brain AFK. Because you have to run around in basically a circle for such a long amount of time for summons to kill stuff. I know, if you enjoy it, I respect it, but genuinely seems like a really tedious experience to me. Shotgun? You can get before or after Skeletron? I didn't know there was one. I mean, does the blow gun, the blow dart, whatever it's called, can that spawn the gunslinger? Probably not, right? You need an actual gun to spawn him. Like the musket or the, whatever the other thing's called. The crimson pistol. Ah. I hate that I can never dodge that, man. It's fine. I can get my weapons away. I should be able to do a jump. Oops. Super unpleasant, you think so little of summer class? You gotta bear in mind I'm working with outdated information as well, Nick, so it might have changed, but summon to me, the way it used to be, when I last properly played, right? Summon was, you summon something, and that's it. That's the whole class. There's armor that you can get, I think, that might have existed at that point. I don't know, that can get you more summons. But that was it. Bear in mind, I do not read wiki pages in my spare time for fun. I don't know if I've apparently there's a whip now. Which probably means you can actually do something yourself. Summon to me is literally running in a straight line. Waiting for your creature to kill whatever you're fighting. That's it. That's the whole fight. I don't know every single facet of every single class in the entire game. Because why would I? Because that's ludicrous. Whips are the thing that debuffs monsters. Whips did not exist when I played the game. Last. Nixel. I've never even heard of a whip in Terraria. Other than, like, maybe the mauls, if you want to consider them whips, but they're kind of mauls. They're on chains. So it sounds like they made the class more fun, at least. Thank you, Genpei. The whip alone destroys a wall of flesh? That seems a bit unbalanced. I don't have any maxes left. I have one specifically good. With the proper armor? Oh, okay. Yeah, armor that's very, very suited specifically towards it. I don't know, man. Summon used to suck. If you wanted to play Summon only, you would not have fun. That's the last thing I remember of it. It used to be really not fun. So it seems like it's changed a lot, which is good. Because it needed to. Like you never played the game and only know about it from looking at old trailers. When did whips get introduced, Nixel? Because you don't seem to be listening to the words coming out of my mouth right now. When did whips get introduced? Into Terraria. Terraria. Whips. Does it say it on here? Sometimes the wiki is really good, and it's like, this was introduced specifically this. There are 9 available whips, 6 of which are hard mode exclusive. Okay. They were introduced in 1.4. I don't think this is probably my first time playing the game since then. That's really recent, isn't it? What's the most recent version? Dude, whips haven't even been in the game for a fucking year. Don't give me crap. When was Moonlord introduced? In 1.3. Summon classes were probably introduced in 1.3. Yeah, and unless there was something that I did not know about it, in the 7 years it took for them to add whips, Summon was not fun to play, in my opinion. You just didn't run into the wall, huh? Oh, you weren't doing a full run. Okay, fair enough. The Summon's more enjoyable now. Hey, I got my little baby Finch, I'm happy. I have an imp staff now, actually. I don't have the baby Finch anymore, never mind. I'll have to see. I can't remember what you need to get the wizard to appear. Last time you played was in high school, so around 6-7 years ago. Yeah, last time I played was about 6 years ago, I think, as well. Because I played when the lunar event thing got put in a few times. So it's been a long time. Get new summoner weapons, pretty hard mode. Yeah, I got the little baby staff, the Finch staff. And I got the imp staff as well. Isn't there a slime staff? Was that a thing? I want to remember that being a thing, but I think that might have existed anyway. If memory serves. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of, like, rare drops or just, like, items that I don't know. Oh, yeah, I remember that. You have to kill the skull, right? The infinite health thing. I'm pretty sure I did that at some point because it was an achievement. It doesn't have infinite health. I think it's got 9,999 if memory serves. Man, has it really been like 8 years since I played Terraria? No, I played when the Underground Desert was in. I played with the tower defense modes. I played in master mode as well. "2020 must have been the last time played, I guess. When they did the master mode update. Completely missed 2 bosses. That they added with that, apparently. That's some crazy stuff, man. It's been a long time. Magic only is pretty doable, expert. Nice. I don't know what magic only entails. You never did Empress so far? I was looking through the achievements that I was putting into the list for like the midweek mastery achievements. And a lot of the achievements are like just insert boss kill here, right? I was like, what the fuck is like Empress of Light Queen slime? Is apparently a thing. Deerclops? Looking through them like, okay, I have not played Terraria in a long time, huh? Magic's only about mana management. Yeah. I mean, even after a certain point, that kind of goes out the wall, right? Because you get the little mana flowery thing. That's more like the light biome, like the proper love. Oh, the Hallow? I do really like the Hallow, though. Probably the class that suffers more from any other in the early game. Yeah, that's what interested me about the Magic run. Is how the fuck do you deal with the early game other than the Wand of Sparking? Or just like retreating underground and trying to get a staff? Basically. Has this quest got G rank health or something? By the way? Because this is absurd. Ice is his weakness. Didn't they patch that out? Someone said the other day on stream that they patched Water Bolt out being a thing. I mean, it's not getting angry in one hit, so I'm assuming this thing has G health. Because I've been fighting it for a long time. Ally bosses, they got a few other things as well. Cool. I look forward to seeing it. Try and rush to get it before the Guardian eats you. It's just not gonna happen. At least not for me. I'm not good enough for movement. To do that. This thing's gotta have G health, dude. I know I've been slightly distracted thinking about Terraria, but come on. This is insane. Forward to seeing it next week. I might actually get into hard mode next week as well. Just the fun thing. Although who knows, there's approximately infinite NPCs in the game now, it feels like. So I gotta build a lot of housing. There's so many NPCs, man. So many. A new housing system? Yeah, I don't even know how that works. That whole system to me is just gonna be like vaguely attempting to guess where people go. on what feels like it makes sense. And moving the fisherman away from everyone else because he's a little dick. His little shed. Are you not reading any patch notes for the sandbox game? Why would I do that? And spoil myself on all of the surprises that they've put into the game? I want to find out that stuff organically, man. The best part of Terraria is randomly coming across something being like, oh shit, this is here, look at this. Playing for the first time, you got no idea how the game works. The Eye of Cthulhu randomly spawns in and just beats the crap out of you. You're shitting yourself because a message appeared at the bottom of the chat window that said you feel an evil presence watching you. You're just like, why would I read the patch notes? I have a no spoiler mark on my stream. You think I'm gonna read patch notes? I can't find anything about this Diablos, but I'm assuming it's got G health. Because there's no way that I'm timing out on this quest with dual blades. Oh man, me and my friend exploring the Moonlord update. No idea what they've added. Suddenly there's like a cultist at the dungeon and then these crazy ass pillars are all over the place and they're really hard. Ah, I wish I could get that back, man. I want to have those experiences again. Different sides of the coin. Your fun was there's released a new patch. You want to experience everything? Yeah. I would rather miss something when I play through a game and have everything in the game be a surprise for me than I would experience everything, but know what it all is before I even get the chance to do it. Because then I didn't get any, then I didn't, like, I didn't experience anything. I already knew it was going to be there. Definitely one of the more recent ways that game is going that just boggles my mind. Like, I genuinely will never understand it. Is the amount of people who go into a game that they've never played before and like go straight on a stream or a YouTube video and is like, okay, this is my first time ever playing this game. I don't know how it works. Tell me exactly what I need to do. And it's like, play the game, man. If you get stuck, if you struggle, if you're not having fun and you want to check if there's like a way you can do it, then it makes sense, right? Like, we've had that before here. People are like, oh, it's my very first time playing through for you. What weapon should I build? Whatever the fuck you want? Like, why are you asking us? Play the game, man. Go for meta directly or watching, like you said, yeah. Boggles the mind. Insecure failing, you presume? Oh, that's the best bit. That's the best bit. Losing over and over and over again. Until that fantastic moment where you win completely of your own volition with no outside help whatsoever. The most scuffed tactics employed ever used for that fight, but you did it. Oh. Oh. It's genuinely, at least for me, right? Everyone has their own little bits that are going to be the worst things for them. But for me, it's genuinely the single worst thing about streaming. Is that people don't just let you figure it out. Everyone's very nice, everyone wants to help, right? Some people want to spoil it, fuck those people. But the people who just want to help, like, hell yeah. I get it. Let me fail 15 times in a row, dude. That's where the enjoyment comes from. Start every game on the hardest difficulty. First playthroughs, you know what you mean. Yeah, I don't do hardest playthrough. Normally, like, let's say a game has 4 difficulty options on average, right? They're usually easy, normal, which is kind of the intended experience. A little bit harder than normal, and then balls in a vice. I don't want to play on balls and a vice. That's not fun. Intended difficulties usually, in most games, too easy for me, in my opinion. Like, you don't actually get to play with all of the systems of the game because they also don't want to make it, like, restrictively difficult if you don't play with all the systems, which I get. I usually play on 1 above, and I have a lot more fun that way. It's like so satisfying about finally finding out that one little extra thing that gives you that advantage, which allows you to win. It's just good stuff. Some of these BS stuff we just need to play the game for first, like permanent stuff on those checkpoints. Yeah. Yeah, if difficulties are like easy, normal, hard, and then Torture. I like to be on hard. I don't like to be on torture. As I'm finding out, Master Mode might be Terraria's equivalent of torture. I should probably be on expert mode, but hey, too late now. I'm in too deep. I'm not actually, I could just restart, but... Part of me is extremely tempted to do that now that I've thought about it. If you don't like to play a friend's game they already played because they know exactly what to do, yeah. Yeah, that's always the worst thing about... I'm assuming basically everyone in the world knows what Valheim is at this point, right? Early access game that came out. It's like a Norse mythology inspired survival buildy game, right? Kind of like Ark with the dinosaurs, but without dinosaurs. Came out, early access, was a big old hit. Everyone in the fucking world was playing it. And my friend got it, that I would normally play stuff like that with. And I was like, man, like, I'm really glad you're having a fun time with it, right? But now we can't play it together. Because I don't want to play early access games anymore. I've had enough. And by the time it comes out, like, even if it comes out in like 3 years, you're still gonna remember how to do all of this shit. Which means there's no early game. And that's a shame. God of War. On God of War, the newer one is BS and just infuriating on first playthrough. God of War's one of those games where, if I understand, they do difficulty really badly, right? They don't, like, give enemies more tactics or more smarts or any of that stuff. They just bump the health numbers. So I'm a bit like New World. I think so. New World's an MMO, right? I think that's what New World is. It'd be more survivally, but I think so. It's the reward for the certain quest when you ask for Fatalis. Your disrespect of a summon. I mean, I have Fatalis unlocked. If you want me just to die to it, you can. I only have it in hub. You don't know either of these games more than like a few seconds. Fair enough. Do you know Ark, Eugene? The one with the dinosaurs. Ark Survival Evolved. That's what it's called. You build your little house and you tame... Like, that, but medieval and without dinosaurs, right? You spend 40 hours playing the game and 30 of it was knocking down trees. It's one of those. I don't know what they're called. I think they're called survival something. Fatalis for your sins, please try to kill it, not just careful cut. I mean, I'll try to kill it, but it's not gonna happen. It's got way too much health, but thank you. I'll give it a shot, but I can promise you it will not die and I will triple cart. Because it quite literally one-shots me, so... Still need the rubies for the proper Fatalis armor. Oh yeah, that's also the other thing, I can't pierce it. I'm pretty sure there isn't a village Fatalis. No, there's not. So because of the weird amount of health boosting this game does. It won't go well. Or damage boosting, sorry. Not health boosting. Health boosting is normal. It's the damage boosting that's weird. I don't know what weapon to use for that. Maybe gun lance, because then I can just shell it. That at least allows me to do damage even to the areas where I wouldn't normally. And I can block as well. Which means I'm more likely to stop the one-shots from happening. Hopefully. God, this game has plastic damage sharpness. Maybe. I don't know if I'm ever gonna have purple sharpness on any of my weapons. So I haven't looked. It's probably like a 1.6 modifier or something, 1.5, 1.6. I want to recall. Talis of a village. Nope. Guild only. Most weapons to G have purple sharpness +1. That doesn't surprise me. I'm pretty sure you can get it with the Tigrex weapon in high rank. Even. Because the Tigrex weapon in high rank has like a good chunk of white sharpness on most of them. At least the hammer does. Sharpness 1 doesn't always give you the next sharpness level, right? But often does. It's crazy how long this thing takes to die, considering it's a full rank below, right? doing a challenge run, so what about raw only dual blades? AKA dual blades, but don't have fun. Dual blades, all of your fights take 10 minutes longer. That's basically all that is. I don't know if that's a challenge run, it's just play the game but take longer. Challenge run? Challenge run? What has busted purple sharpness? Freedom Unite as a whole was the question, right? The self-imposed rule can be a challenge, but I don't really know. I mean, you're right, but it doesn't necessarily feel like something someone would do as a challenge run. It feels like something a newbie player would do by accident. Because they just got told raw damage is really good. Because Monster Hunter community doesn't know how to give actual advice to anyone. Balls. 1.5, there you go. Maybe about fighting Alashroud and Wild Erosion Cracky weapons. I mean, that was just the community being stubborn idiots, basically. Ow. Gonna do every quest and every monster that's come, like GU, Rise, and Frontier. GU I am, Rise I am. In Rise, I'm not doing every quest. I'm doing all of the normal quests, so I'm not doing the follower quests, I'm not doing the anomaly quests, just the normal quest list. Basically the same logic I use in any of the other games, right? Because I don't complete all of the event quests. So for GU and Rise, that will be the plan. For Frontier, I intend to do every G quest, if I can. Not including... No, I am correct. Every G quest is my intent. that's how I'm gonna play it as well. Like, I won't move on to the next tier until I've done the tier before, right? What about third? Do you mean portable third? I've already done it. Don't follow a quest give you something? Yeah, a whole bunch of visual stuff that I don't care about. So I'm good. They give you like extra weapon looks and armor pieces and stuff like that, but I don't know if any of them are particularly amazing. Even if they were, I'm not doing like 100 extra quests or however many follower requests there is. It's just a ludicrous amount of them. Yeah, portable third I've already completed, Eugene. I actually completely soloed the whole game, including hub. Although depending on how it's doing in terms of the Discord poll, we might end up playing it for 4 hours. Let's have a look. Where's portable third? Number 7? Let's do it alright. It's doing alright. Hey, this one guy. Welcome. Alright, let's switch to this. Good morning, Human Harvest. Welcome. What are you gonna do in Portable Third? Didn't you get all quests done? Just play multiplayer. Did it once already and had help from one friend who was there occasionally. Barely had help. I have also done the same. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to talk to you. It's not too bad. I mean, it's the same thing we do in 4U and 3U when we play them again, right, Mace? We just do multiplayer. You respect my Monster Hunter stamina? As long as I switch games frequently, Monster Hunter is the franchise that, for some reason, I can just play over and over again. I'm very happy. Wish you luck? Why do you need luck? Ew. Shit's hard. Sure. I get tons of healing at least. What is he doing? Just Fatalis things, don't worry about it. We're not motoringly gifted. Yeah, same, buddy. Sucks. Okay, hands don't work properly. I don't think that hit, unfortunately. Fuck. That's the move that can one-hit me. If even his tail touches me when he's fallen over like that, I die. Hi, Iron. Welcome. This is the whole quest, by the way. So I can't attack him. Got to save your run. Got your save to run last night, but at what cost? Your entire day? That was the cost? Woo. Yeah, you're able to shoot all the shells in 3D Night? What do you mean you're able to shoot all the shells? Fatty and Village? No, this is the hub one. It was requested. I'm just in a solo hub. Oh, right, yeah. You can just spam them. I'm with you. Hey, comrade. Welcome. That's unfortunate. Nice, but too long animation-wise. Yeah, it was. Twas 2 bonus regions, 3 to 4 trinkets, / enemy add-ons, left some classes out. Oh well. It's fine, you're only gonna play it for like a week anyway. And then you'll get bored and put more mods in and break it. So really, it's not like it matters. Feel attacked? Good. Start playing Free You now before you lose all your energy talking. Keep you on, thank you. Enjoy Free You. Report Twitch streamer? For what? exposing you about consent. Wow. Considering how Twitch TOS feels about stuff being exposed in the first place. Nice. Hey, wasn't there a what the fuck react bad on Twitch at some point? I don't know. Was there? Nice. You found it? Well done. Where was it? Where was it hiding? The left of the favorite / notification / subscribe button. Right. Please get me away from his freaking crotch, man. Sure, I'm sure. Hey. Hit behind me. There goes all my free heals, which is sad. I was hoping those might last a while. This is riveting, by the way. Just another 20 minutes to this. And then he'll hopefully repel. I don't know how the damage is calculated for Wyvern Fire, so I'm just using it on cooldown. On whatever I can hit. Instead of thinking about it. He walked into it. Good. Doing some Patana sightseeing. It feels like it, right? This guy wiped out a kingdom overnight, by the way. This guy I can literally just walk circles around with my weapon drawn. Entire kingdom just gone. Oh, maybe they all fell asleep. They just walked circles around him for so long that they all fell asleep. He's got infinite bloody health. Oh, he did a little run. I thankfully think the shelling doesn't really matter where you hit him, it does the same damage, regardless. Not sure how right that is, but I think that's how shelling works. How long have we got? 15 minutes. Your salvation. Got hurt, buddy. Freaking Wyvern fight in the face. Those have been hung. Well done. Angled? I don't know. Hung. Is what I would say. That I'm usually wrong, so. Probably hacked. Grabber is not my strong suit. Oh my god. Oh, Fatalis, please. I've fallen asleep, man. Oh. Hey, Ben. Welcome back. You need help? How? How so? Can we just get, like, all of the engineer crew working behind the scenes here? To, work on making the Dragonator rapid fire, so that we can just spam it into his face like 1,000 times. Instead of having to do this freaking quest. No, I'm afraid I can't help on that one, no. Okay. We're all good. Oh. Huh. Well, I guess he's dead. Neat. Quest is so boring, man. I can't carve the head. I only got 3 shells and I need another one. I need to kill 2 of them anyway. Oh, there you go, Nixel. I killed Fatalis. Weapon request complete. Quest request complete. Oh, I got the other shell I needed as well. Nice. Wanted to punish you again? Nixel did. To be fair, that was extremely boring, so... The punishment was enacted. I had to sit through that fucking quest. We'd already done a lot of damage to him in multiplayer, so it makes sense that we killed him. He was probably stuck at minimum health. Did I kill the fatty? I did. Which means I have this one now.
Yo.
I take full credit. Very good. This, I think, all of my weapons are upgraded now, right? Yeah. It's just my armor. That's it. It's just, if I want to kill him, I have to use gun lance, I guess. At the current moment in time. Just gotta gun lance him. And not make a single mistake the whole quest. I'm glad that gave me exactly the materials I need. That's nice. It's kind of a shame I didn't get all the calves though, because I definitely could have. Guess I'll do Pinky and Azuelos. The other quest here. What are you doing now exactly? You thought the only thing I need was Rathalos rubies? The only thing I need to farm is Rathalos rubies. I do still need all the quests complete though. So we won't be doing this Diablos quest. Because he has G rank health. I'm convinced he has G rank health. Demon, King, Diablos, MH4U. Freedom Unite, sorry. Yeah, he's actually about as strong as a G rank Diablos. So, just not worth doing. So we won't do that quest, but we'll do all of the other ones in here. So that's what I'm doing at the moment, Nick. So I gotta do Double Tiggy, Rathalos, the Azuelos Pinkian quest, the Diamond Dust one here, and then the Epic Hunt. And I think I'm done with Village Quest at that point. I'm also trying, whenever I remember, to kill Lunastruck, because I need to do 2 more Lunas. Because I need a total of every Elder Dragon killed has to be at 5, other than Lao, which has to be at 3. And Fatalis, which has to be at 3. So Kirin, 12, Kushala 10, Camelios 5, Lunastra 3, Teostra 6. The only one I need is 2 more Lunas. Lao needs to be at 3, which is done. Fatalis needs to be at 3. One of which has to be Crimson. So, nearly there. Got Auto Tracker again. So in terms of equipment, the only thing I need is Rathalos Rubies. In terms of quest completion, I still need to do more quests. Because also what I'm going for here is, you bastard. Yeah, good. Never mind. Since I need that white Fatalis quest, I have to do all of this stuff. How do you unlock Fatalis family in this game? Black Fatalis is unlocked by completing all of the arena quests at least once with any weapon. In the training school. You have to do all of the training school and arena quests. There's 10 of them. It ends on a Kirin. Starts with a starts with a cut. Who, I think? Did he leave the area? Or no, he's just around the world. Okay. You got to do all of those. To unlock Crimson Fatalis, you just have to kill Black Fatalis. To unlock White Fatalis, you need to have killed 5 of each of the Elder Dragons. Other than Lao and Fatalis, you need to have killed 3 Laotian Lungs. And you need to have killed 3 Fatalis, at least one of which must be Crimson. That's for the high rank unlock. The G rank unlock has its own conditions. Now you need to post your own one. I didn't realise mine was going to die there, Sagando, to be honest. I thought mine still had a lot of health left in it. Yeah, there's different unlock requirements in G rank, but as far as I'm aware, it's basically the same. Unlock Crimson after killing the original one, yeah. Like G rank, normal Fatalis unlocks after doing all of the G rank arena trainings. Crimson Fatalis unlocks after like killing all of the Elder Dragon quests in high rank. And also having done the normal Fatalis, or it might just be all Elder Dragon quests at all. Not sure. And then I think the White Fatty was complete all of the epic hunting quests and also have killed a Crimson one in G. I don't know, it's messy. Whatever it is, it's messy. Free head breaks for the Evil Eye, yep. That did less damage than I thought it would, never mind. That backflip though. It's very quick. Nice. Do I have another 50k points to request Crimson? Yeah, Crimson wouldn't die, unfortunately, because he's got no health damage done to him at all. So the best I could do on that request is a repel, because they have so much health, it's ludicrous. Really sucks. Nice. Just want to try and get the Azure Loss's tail and head breaks. Pinkian's being annoying. That looks like you're actually leaving. I think he is. Thank you. Yeah, we'd already fought that thing a lot of times in multiplayer. I think they have 28,000 health or something with high rank weapons. In comparison, Solo Fatalis has 66,000 health in World. And you have all of the damage you have in that game and also like G rank weapons. So long just to get 2 horde breaks? Yeah, it did. And you need the third one if you want the evil eye. Some weapons in this game where I think you're just like better off not building them. The Fatalis weapons might be one of them. Because they're not even that good most of the time. In terms of sharpness at least. Really good raw damage, but sharpness is terrible. I love how he just lands on the sky. So weird. Yay, I got it. The chances for normal, like, Azure loss here, Ruby drops aren't fantastic, but you know what? It's worth a try, right? With the tail cut and the head break. I can't cap it because I don't have capture stuff, but it's worth a damn try, man. Just in case. It might be easier now, though, to be fair, Sagando. Since we have, well, at least you'll have better armor, right? So you won't get one shot by fireballs, probably. I'll have better armor eventually. And when I do get said better armor, I might actually be able to start attacking him instead of just shelling and nothing else. Which means I could probably hit the head. You think you'll keep your current armor? Then Fatalis is still going to be a pain in the ass to do because you're going to get one hit. Can you not slot in reload speed? Is that not possible? Doubleus has barely more defense. Even upgraded? Really? Yeah? Wild. It does have better fire resistance though, right? You bounce with purple on 30? No idea. Probably. It's free to be night. I don't know. I have no way to get purple sharpness. You bounce with blue on everywhere other than his head and his stomach. I know on white Fatalis you'd bounce, because on white Fatty you bounce regardless, right, when he's in armor mode? The hunting gun has it, but the hunting gun damage kind of sucks. Yeah, it does. Unfortunately. Ooh. Yeah, when we were beating up Shengaren's legs at one point, and I managed to get 3 leg breaks, two of them Dragonator assisted for the first part, before you got 1, I was like, oh god. Hammer's either really strong or Hunting Horn's really just that bad. Some combination of the two. Hammer's just better. Yeah, I mean, it is just better than Hunting Horn, but that was a big difference, right? That is Mem. Hi, Summers. Welcome. Good to have you. Gold Raffian insta-charge, but in between each charge, doesn't have any cooldown frames. Yeah, songs are crazy in this game, the amount of time they take. Ow. Hey, thank you for the lance. Might get that going at some point today. Yeah, I imagine I will. Since Chrome's requests are being split out amongst other people's ones. I did a bit of a mace-style weapon bonanza. The queue's very full at the moment. Well, it's come down a lot, actually. It's only on 9 now. It was on 15 yesterday. Intruded on your intellectual property. I don't think you have weapon bonanza copyrighted for some reason. Probably because they just wouldn't let you copyright that. Thank you, Raffian. We got Kapuchi's greatsword. Bumgler's sword and shield, and then yours with probes interspliced between. We might get there today, I don't know actually. Depends how long the multiplayer quests take, I guess. They don't normally take that long. Thank you for the heal, kitty cat. Where did she fly? She doesn't do round the world, so she wouldn't have gone for that reason. She'd come in here for some reason. Okay. Strange Pinkian. Very strange. Nice. Got it. What we like. Hey. Graphian Carapace is nice. Ooh, injured. Oh, dead. Happy days. Ugh. Ugh. How dare I? Very easily. I find it very easy to shoot Raffian with Gallards. No ruby, but it was worth a try. It's like a 1%. My main weapon is dual blades, Ben. Dualies. I love them. Hey, nice. You can get it then. And you can craft a bunch of them? Oh, hell yeah. So you can keep your reload, but have a better armor. That's nice. Even if it's just a little bit of defense, maybe it makes the difference, right? Because we gotta fight Crimson and White Fatty as well, so if we're getting one shot by normal Fatty, I don't think we stand a chance against those ones. Dual Blades has got wrong uses? The hell? What? Oh, quest failures don't count in this game. I failed the quest, didn't I? I'm gonna use this just because I never get a chance to use it. The duel requires Ash Lauhorns. Which you have plenty of. It all worked out in the end, Sagado. It all worked out in the end. Ara! I don't talk to that lady anymore. Haven't heard that one in a little while. I'm just hoping he's gonna limp. If he just dies, then so be it. But I'm hoping he will limp and I'll get a chance to capture him. Yeah. Balls. I just don't think we'll be done with Village, which is a shame. Oh, especially not considering I need to do another Luna. Damn. Yeah, if I didn't have the requirements to do the Lunastras, it'd be a lot better. So, like, Sunday next week today, right? We might just go straight into multiplayer for Freebie Night. Because on Saturday, I'll probably finish the rest of the villager requests. The village quests. And then on Sunday, and I'll also do the last Lunisters I need. So I won't actually have any village quests left to do. It'll just be the Diablos, which is G rank health, so I can't kill it. The Elder Dragons in high rank, which I have to kill the Diablos for, so I can't do them. And then the rest of the quests, which I can't do because of the same problem. Man, this quest sucks. Honestly. I don't need a scale plus, thank you. Only care if it's a ruby. What? I just died from what? What just killed me? I was full health, right? The fuck just happened? Freedom Night. I guess Freedom Night happened. I have no idea why I just died. Is that his taunt doing so much damage? The tiny little tail movement that he does, I guess, just wiped me out. I don't know. This is meant to be one of the user quests, which is why I picked it. You do not need to get involved. You're just making things more annoying. Apparently decided to target exclusively my cat. Oh, there we go. Oh, that didn't work. I don't know why, but it didn't work. He didn't back jump fireball? For some reason? That's odd. Very odd. This quest is weird all over the place at the moment. Can you fit any other skills into your armor, by the way, Sagando? Or is that the only one you can get in there? Just while you're at it, see if you can make the Silverloss armor like really way better than the Cenotaph one, right? You're currently checking, cool. Doesn't it have attack up as well or something, right? Wondered if you could just get an extra level of attack up. Reload speed +2. That would be nice. This Bullfango, man, is freaking doing Secret Service work. Okay. Here's my health gone, I guess. Why? Reload speed +2, nice. Pretty good upgrade then, huh? What did you have on your Cenotaph one? I1, reload speed 1. Then you've got what? Reload speed +2, attack up, small or something? And a pierce up? Pretty solid. Pretty damn solid. No gem from the tail, which is as expected, so that's fine. Really just try to grasp at any chance that I get it on this quest. But I hold no hope for any of them other than the Silver Lost quest. And even most of them I'm expecting to get it kind of like on the unluckier side of stuff. He's got a windbreak, his tail's cut, his head's broken. He might be injured soonish. You can just casually make the full Silver Lost armor before I've even got 2 bits. Oh, I love it. Yo, that Bullfango freaking get down Mr. President and me instead of the Rathalos. Your reward is death. Thank you, friend. Ran in front of that fireball. Definitely worth it, yeah. Also looks cool. Plus side. Are you winning? Probably. Yes. Yes, I am. Thank you for asking. It had to be close, yeah. It's a little bit of a bummer I didn't get to capture him, but hey. Whatever. I'm gonna go get more drink, because I apparently need more. Be right back. Just a sec. Hello. I'm back. You got a grind out village, you jumped straight to the online gathering hall? That's fair. I don't blame you for that at all. It makes sense to just go straight to it. It's just if you want to get all those quests done, right? Bing, bing. This. And we'll do Kenpachi's Greatsword here as well. Request. The next one we do. Man, how many village quests do I have left to do? I gotta do the Lunastra as well. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Dreams shattered. I thought I might be done with them today. I still gotta do 2 Lunas, so nope. Nope. Take that Greatsword off. Equip that bad boy. And let's go. I'm trying to remember what the quests are, but I genuinely can't. Oh, there's the 2 Tigrex. Let's do the Blangonga in the Tigrex, maybe. Diamond Dust or whatever it's called. Yo. I think what I've got left is like double Tiggy. Yeah, double Tiggy. A Diablos which can die in a fire. Diamond Dust. And then the bird wyverns. Cool. Let's just have a little check-see, because if it is there, I should do it. We'll do this first, and then we'll do the Diamond Dust one. While I'm actively thinking about it, because I keep forgetting. Better to do this while I actually remember. Then I'd only have to remember once on Saturday. Maybe not at all, depending on how long these few quests take. Might be done with Lunas today. That'd be nice. It's only low rank, so it shouldn't be that hard. Even though the last one took like 10 minutes still, despite flinching constantly. Still takes a long time. What would Sword and Shield be good for? The Tiggies, maybe? Just thinking if I manage to get this quest and the next one done. Sword and Shield would be really good for Luna as well. Oh. Hi. Yeah. Anything where it's really easy to stay on the head is great for it, because she just flinches all the time. Full charge doesn't knock her over instantly, huh? That's upsetting. I was kind of hoping I was just going to be able to forever flinch. Maybe I didn't hit her head, though, because the feedback seems more meaty from those attacks. Oh. Stop going after my damn cat, Luna. Yeah, I think it was like that. I hit the arm or the back or something. Voice. The village quests are very worth doing, by the way. This one guy. Depending on how far you are into the Gathering Hall. Being able to farm some of the monsters just a little bit easier is really nice. With less health and damage. Armor and stuff, right? Especially if you're not playing online. Is it 35 minutes to 3D9 multi? Yep, nice, it is. Why so? Curious, fair enough. Yeah, it is. But I'm sure we'll end up fighting at least a few Silver Raphalos. God knows how much we'll end up actually doing, but at least a few. I don't think it'll be my quest every time. I do want to fill in the rest of the quest list as well. Outside of the Fatalis fights. I think I've still got a Teostra that I need to do in there. And some of the epic hunts, but every other one of mine's probably going to be Silverloss. Keep track of how many chances it takes me to get it. Oh, really? Need focus. Oh, really? I missed? Can you stop flying? Because apparently it's really hard to hit you. Thank you. Ooh. 2. Get it! I think that hit the head. I'm not sure. I don't know if build up towards the next knockdown counts while the monster's knocked down, so like if you got the head flinch and that knocked it over, I don't know if another head flinch will build up until it's got back up again. Would seem like maybe no. Since everyone has been consistently 3 hits so far. I actually hit the head and not the main. Oh. Hello. I don't have blue sharpness anymore. That's why it took 4. Presumably. Get it. Nice. Nice. I love getting those chunky head hits up. That's so good. She's still doing a lot of damage to me, considering. But hey. My armor is only start of high rank, I suppose. Can't expect too much from it. Oh yeah. And a 1, 2, 3, bonk. Ah. you bugger. Okay, I can't really attack it there, I don't think. I could. It just took some angling. I bounced off its wings, man. Green? This game is wild. Yes. Oh. That's fine. That's why I go for being greedy. What? That miss? I know it was a little far forward, but I thought with shitboxes maybe I'd be fine. Apparently not. They don't go both ways, they only go in the monster's favor. Well, that's just annoying. Hey! Thanks, Saluna. Double taunt in the lava as well. The cat with the combo. To get the chain knocked down. Don't know if I started putting my blade away there or not. No, I didn't. Apparently. Bonk. I hit the wing again. Oh. And you are really insistent on killing that thing, huh? What the hell just happened there? I think I stopped running because I ran out of stamina and then just stuff went weird. This will not hit the head. Won't hit at all, as it turns out. Come on, Luna. Good morning, Kapachi. Welcome. Good to have you. Not quite. A arm flinch. Nice. Am I? I'm doing good, thank you. It's going decent. How are you? I don't know if she's gonna go up or over into that one. Think I'll ever go back for you? Oh yeah, absolutely. 100%. So the plan when we're done with GU, Freedom Unite, Sunbreak, and Frontier is we've got a whole bunch of challenge runs that have been suggested by people in the community. More can still be suggested in the Discord, by the way, if you've got a challenge run that you come up with. !runs, R-U-N-S. Will show you all of the ones that people have come up with so far. I got a big old pot that I'm gonna draw from. And we'll do whatever run it is that I get, right? Most of them are for you, I think. There's a few for Free U. I think Free U's got a decent chunk as well. World's got an okay amount, but most of them are for you. My favorite giant monster. How big are we talking? Like Dia Morales size? You know, like Fatalis size and above, or are we talking like Jen Moran, Duran Moran, Lao Shenlong? Magdaros. Because there's some monsters which are really big, right? Like Shara is really big, for example. I actually don't know how big he is compared to something like Gogmazios. We're talking big enough to the point where it can't fit on your screen in one go. Though. I don't like a lot of them. I mean, I love Gogmazios. The Lamada's fine, I guess. Just really, really boring after you've done it a few times. Jen's the same. Duren's the same. Lao sucks. Zora Magdaros sucks. Yamasakami's kind of the same as well. Like, fine for a few times, but then gets boring. I like Delamada. I like Delamada once or twice. I think its fight gets very quickly very boring. For me. Because a lot of his fight just kind of becomes wail on the nearest attackable surface. without any rhyme or reason or thought. Just attack him. Just doesn't feel very, like, Monster Hunter-y, necessarily. That looks awesome, though. The spectacle of the fight the first time you do it is really cool. As soon as you have to farm it, though. Hey, Kyrados! Oh my god, he's still pushing through 3D. I mean, there's a lot left to do. I finally got a Fatalis kill, so... I gotta get another normal Fatalis kill. I gotta get a Crimson Fatty kill. And I gotta get White Fatalis. I still need to get my full Silver Loss Armor. I don't have too many quests left to do. I got like 3 village quests left to do or something. Will you land? For Christ's sake, come on. You're a Lunastra, not a Rathalos. It's ludicrous. She said no and left, yeah. Yeah, she's having none of that, apparently. I'm not getting another quest done after this one. I really hope I kill this thing before the time runs out. I don't want to have to repel it and then fight it again. I really wanted a 1 quest kill. Good. Good. Means I don't have to do this a whole lot extra time. What elders can you look forward to hunting in Portable Third? Yamasakami and Alatreon. I think that's it. Portable Third is really light on Elder Dragons. 3rd gen in general is, to be honest. I said Amasakami. Oh no, it's not Amasakami, it's Amatsuguchi. Amatsu. Is Rajang in? No, Rajang's not in 3rd gen at all. Oh, Zhen is technically an Elder Dragon. As well, I guess. forgot him as well. Everyone does. Yeah, third gen's really light on the Elder Dragons. Especially Portable Third, because it doesn't have Celius in it. As well. Although I suppose it has Amatsu as a... comparative, so... it's fair. Right, how many of these have we done now? Yeah, one more Luna. Cool. I don't know what the feline meal tickets are for Sagano, though. Nice. I really like Tetsu. Tetsu's a great monster. Alright, let's turn on the old Hunsterverse, eh? Have a little look-see. Hunsterverse. Exclamation mark. MHFU. Absolutely no one. Hot diggity damn. There is 3 halls with people in. That's it. Wild. Yep. Okay, Hall 15 then. There we go. If you want to join, Hall 15 is the place. If you want to do some questing. Feels weird how soon he arrives and how strong he is compared to monsters from... Yeah. Yeah, in Magnum Arlo and Hub, if I remember, doesn't he unlock the other elders? Oh, not elders, sorry, the other flagship monsters. In like the weirdest twist ever. You have to beat Magnum Arlo to fight Rathalos. It's really just, like, strange. Those skills. Reload speed +2, attack up small PSS. What's not liked about Tetsu? True. Can't say I've ever had that experience with him, Karadas, but sure. Haven't fought him that many times, to be fair. came to the Awa fight just to get his ass kicked. I mean, he does help you in the Nawa fight though, right? He doesn't really get his butt kicked, he helps you a lot. He does a ton of damage. Ah, really? You just instantly landed? Scumbag move. Ancient dragon treasure. Ooh. Wait, this sucker's already got his tail cut off. So Gando should be close to getting out of the area if he wants to. Like 300 damage and leaves. If you're doing 300 damage with him, you're doing something wrong. He does a crap load of damage. You just sharpen your blades at that point? Well, yeah, that's right. You're not doing the... You're meant to ride him. That's the point. Yeah, I know what you mean, Eugene. No, when you first fight him, it's so, like, not appropriate in terms of difficulty, like, scaling. Not at all. Oh, is this the one that we fought in town? Did we just repel that one? That might be why it's, like, its wings are broken and stuff and its tail's cut off. It's the only way I can think that its wings got broken. When I play through Rise again, I might play without one riding. Actually. Other than for story stuff like that. See if that makes the game more fun. I don't know if I say it should be a common thing, but I think it's a very nice option to have to make elders feel more... like, to make elders feel distinct, to be able to repel them. Than other monsters. Because the elders, after 2nd gen, kind of just feel like bigger versions of normal enemies. Right? They're just bigger monsters. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but... it's kind of cool to have them be way more of a threat, and it actually takes like multiple hunts to kill them. If you don't manage to do enough damage. Also makes you feel like you're fighting the same Elder Dragon, because you are, right? It's got all of the damage on it still, the same health. It's neat. Nice. Nice. Very good time to get that. Oh, what? I thought I was fine there. I don't think I should have done that second heal, but I got away with it, so it's fine. Too far away for that to hit me. There goes all my normal potions. Oh! Nice. He was very low on health, huh? We nearly killed him in that first quest. I'm kind of glad we didn't though, because that gets both of the quests complete much easier than it would otherwise have been. I like how you got like the proper plating to stop the like muzzle stuff. The arm that would be firing the gun. Obviously got the higher bracing, but also like the plating on the face and stuff. It's nice. Let's... It's a lot of carapace. Easy peasy. I think that's all of my Elder Dragons done in High Rank Hub now. Jeffrey and Neon? Right? I think that might be my Tiz greatsword done. So, sword and shield from Crone from 5 days ago when Crone went on a mad one. And also sword and shield from Vomgler. So, 4 in a row. A, your name is red. In game, yeah. Tiz. Has been for a little bit. Are your quests again, though? If there's anything you want to do. What are we doing? Well, the epic, huh? Yankaku, Velostrom, and Rathlos. So I probably want lightning for that. Take these and this just for the Rathalos if it decides to be annoying. Cap the Rathalos? No, it's an epic, so you can't get any epics don't give you increased rewards in that way, I don't think. I think they just give you, like, potions in the menu. I remember people saying that before. That capturing on epic quests doesn't actually, like, change stuff. Well, okay. There goes half my life, I guess. Weird how it didn't even get injured. It just sort of died. Really odd. I felt like I saw it got injured anyway. It might have done, but I didn't see it. I don't know where Velocidrome spawns. I'm just going to run up here because it's a little bit more of a Nexus area, right? Hey, Shadow! the chunky raid. Yo, thank you very much. Let me give you a little bit of return love there. Thank you. Appreciate it. I hope your stream went well. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, everyone. I am making my way through Freedom Unite and Generations Ultimate today. I'm attempting to get all of the quests done. It's taking forever in both of the games. As you might imagine. Welcome, Lupus. Good to have you here. And thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy. The hunting. Killing. The endless silver Rathalos grind. Yeah, that bit's not as fun, but hey. That's also here. How was your stream, Shadow? Good to see you, man. Raiders are coming to fight him. Hey, Academy. With what weapons did I solo Iceborne Fatalis? Am I done with it? No, I'm not done with it. I'm going to go back to it at some point in the future. Hammer. And some others. Let me have a look. Great Sword, Sword and Shield, Dual Blades, Hammer. I failed with Hunting Horn, I failed with Gun Lance, but we're going to give them more chances. In the future. Yeah, that's how it's gone so far. But we're done with it for a while. Man, they won't hurt me. Thank you for protecting me, Kaname. How about you? How go the hunts? The hunts go well. I've been doing Village up until this point. This is actually the first multiplayer quest, so... Village went really good. I have... I think 2 or 3 Village quests left. Other than the Diablos, which becomes... It's got like G rank health and damage, so I'm just not dealing with it. I'll do that when I got G rank gear. So other than that one little wrinkle, Village is nearly done. Which is pretty nice. And also Hub's getting close to done in terms of quests. I just really need to farm for my Silver Rathalos armor so I can actually beat the Fatalis trio. Because I need ESP. And I need an armor upgrade. Be more multiplayer Iceborne sessions? Great question. Yeah, there will. Not for a while, but yeah, there will. It's one of the challenge runs in the mix, actually. Stream is absolutely crazy. Nice. You had to pass the lava log because you got 6 raids. Hot damn. That's good stuff. 6 is a ton. That's heavy. Thank you for trying to combo me. Pretty solid apart from that, yeah. Yeah, I've got on my main save file, Bungler. I'm going to build every single piece of G-rank armor. And I'm also going to augment the armor that I have remaining. Like the armor that I was using for my weapons, right? I'm going to augment all of those bad boys, and I'm going to augment all of the other stuff. My weapons. Up to max. And then we'll give the Fatalities a go again. Back for a little bit now. You need to unwind for a bit, but you'll be about. Sure. Thank you for the luck. And I can imagine you need to unwind. I apologise for my constant yawning, everyone. 2 12-hour streams on the trot tires you out. You have to unwind after a big one like that. You get all kind of hyped up. About the mastering arc tempered. Oh yeah, they exist. I forgot they exist. I mean, they have armor sets, right? So I'll need to do them because it's master rank armor. Oh, Iceborne does actually have quite a few. But it is mostly for you. I was correct. You got another roomie? Nice. I didn't even look. I don't think I did. I did not. Didn't even look. How many more do I need? 4. Although I think 3, technically. No, I already used it, right? Yeah, I need 4. It was that or Gold Rathian, man. watch the stream at work again. Nice. Very nice. I need ice for this. Remember that stupid high rank Monoblos heart farm made obsolete by an Naga hammer? Oh no. Yeah, that Monoblos heart farm just does not seem worth it. To be honest, it just doesn't seem like it's worth doing at any point. So much work. You can't even trade for them, right? If I remember. Hi, Atom. Welcome. Yeah, and Kutku supremacy. Blue Kutku armor. I only build it because it's a meme, and it turns out it's actually sort of good. In this game, it's also good in Frontier. Blew my mind, man. Blew my goddamn mind. Hey, thanks for the lance, Kapachi. Probably quicker to get to the one that Jeffrey's next to. Oh no, they're actually like 2 areas away, oh well. Forgot how to use my controller for a moment there. You hate Diablos with a burning flash datum? A lot of people do. Any game that has Diablos. Isn't that all of them? Other than like the 4th generation first versions. Exactly. Monster Hunter Generations. Not Ultimate, but just Generations. And Monster Hunter 4. Not 4 Ultimate, but 4 are your friends. Or Gen Diablos is the reason you don't like Hammer much? Yeah, he's not a good monster to hammer. It's missed, unfortunately. Wait, what? Do I not have auto tracker on? I do. Oh no! I can't see 2 enemies on the map. My buff stock ship hammer has 0 good impact hit zones. That's nice. Diablos isn't really a hammer monster. Which is a shame, because he has 2 head breaks, so it seems like a great thing to bring hammer on, right? The one that wants to do damage to head all the time? Unfortunately, the deviants don't tend to be overly great, just as a general rule of thumb. Because of the way the system works. And a lot of them aren't like, here's a more interesting take on the monster that you've already fought. They're just like, hey, it's the guy you already fought, except it's just flat out better. So that's kind of poopy. Ammo was shafted. Impact, overall impact was shafted. No numbers. Ammo was meant to not just be a meme. Head weapon, it was meant to also be a counter to hard monster parts like carapace and exoskeletons. I wouldn't know. I've not watched any developer interviews on that one. But at least based on the way that Hammer works, even in 2nd gen, I don't necessarily know. If I'd say that Freedom Unite gives me that impression. So I'm pretty sure you still bounce on all of the hard stuff, right, with Hammer? Gen 1, 2 impact zones are drastically different. Oh yeah, you said Gen 3 is where it gets shafted though. Silverless head and try and hammer it. I already have. They both seem good. To be honest, they both seemed really good. Let's fight a lot of Silverless yesterday, right? Hammer, he basically just didn't get to move when I set him in the head. Flinching and getting KO'd all the time. Oh, okay. And I don't want to look up hit zones because that's not information I should have. And it's completely unnecessary for mainline as well. I'll look it up for Frontier because it's kind of needed for Frontier, but mainline you don't need to have hit zone information unless you're speedrunning or playing meta, of which neither am I doing right now. You usually break crab shells with impact. It sucks with that. You literally cannot break one of the crab shells unless you have impact weapons. I'm pretty sure that's true for 4th gen as well, right? Isn't it Daimyo? I think you literally can't break Daimyo shell unless you have impact until 5th gen. Which in my opinion is a positive change, because it really sucks to be forced to play a specific weapon if you want to get a part break. Which is why 5th gen did a really good job of making it so that you can carve tails from a monster as well. And not be forced with the blunt weapons into like really crappy capture tail chances. I don't know, I personally don't really think there's a big problem with hit zones getting streamlined and normalized. I think it makes the game more accessible. Hit monster in head, do good damage is a nice, like, general thing to be able to use. I don't think even in Gen 2, Zenithars backbreak doesn't require imp cutting. It might be worse to break with it though, that's for sure. Don't know how that works in Sunbreak. Double by Diablo sucks. Yeah, it was really unlucky that they stayed together like that. We probably should have chased after the normal Diablos, left the black behind and tried to kill him. Rather than just staying in the area with her because it was more convenient. I mean, that counts. That doesn't count towards sword and shield usage either. Unfortunately. That's what makes the free to be night weapon request take so much longer. I still got 3 more. I want water. Because I'm doing silver loss. That's what I want. None of them, Vongler. There isn't any free to me night weapons that are gonna annoy me. I'm fine with all the weapons that exist at the moment. That I use. I like all the remaining ones. 3D Knight hasn't had any weapons that have infuriated me to the point of dropping them. Yo. Hunting Horn? I mean, that's not 3D Knight specific. Did I even play Freedom Night Hunting Horn? Let me check. I think I loaded into Quest with it and then went, oh yeah, no. Right? Yeah. I haven't even played it. So that ain't got nothing to do with Freedom Night specifically. Fair enough. Give this guy a little bit of time. See if he reappears. If not, we shall see. Yep, I can do it. For this guy. We shall just go. It's not weapons in this game that infuriate me, it's just this game. It's just the game as a whole that's very infuriating at this point. The HO6, yeah. I don't trust people to not have cheated gear, though. Just to be honest. That's why I like to have a little look, right? Acidine event Crimson Fatalis was solo. In Freedom Unite, there's an event one. Good lord. I bet that's a bunch of fun. And for you, that one. Yeah, it does a lot of damage, right? Other than that, I can't really remember. I remember it hits like a truck. That's all I remember about it. It's actually easier to hit the tail if you don't flash bomb him, which is the cruelest thing in existence. Damn, I missed a whole bunch there. Oh, wow. That's Fatalis for you, Mungler. Also, it's an event one, right? It's specifically intended to be way harder. Considering, you know, perma and rage and whatnot. That's unfortunate. This is potentially a ruby for me. Nope. It wasn't, but it was potentially, I think. I actually don't know anymore. I don't know if those are shown on the drop table. The shinies. I hit its tail once. It's good enough, right? It's actually really hard to hit consistently. Nice one. There's that. Just need the head. And then the capture, and I'm as good as I'm going to get in terms of chances. Nope. Update that on my old little sticky notes. Tail 5%, that's the 6th calf. Ooh, nice. Good hit. Really don't want this shock trap to time out. He just keeps flying this mission. It's so much quicker to do this when we had Hammer and he just got locked in one place the whole time. You still hate how much Azure flies? Yeah, Azure flies ridiculous amounts. Even in like more recent games, right? It's kind of his whole shtick though, is that he flies a lot. Morning, Zale. Welcome. Good to see ya. There goes the hunts, going good. Thank you. % of his time spent, yeah. 10-minute goes into 30. Yeah. If you've oh, okay, that hit me. I really didn't expect that first one to hit me. If you've got flash bombs, he's really easy though. Because you can just spam throw them at him because he flies so much. You can just bring 15 flash bombs and you'll absolutely wreck him. He doesn't stand a chance. You bought stuff yesterday? Yeah, I saw. What'd you get? Stars are outnumber and... Wait, was that yesterday or was that the day before? Stars are outnumber magic thing and something else? Can't remember what the something else was. You put it in the Discord, right? Memory's gone. Definitely have capture go. That was it. Yep. The Chaosium thing. Chaosium. Fire Emblem engage. Have fun with that. You've been inconvenienced, Lugia. Right, we did get the head break, by the way. And we will get the capture. I definitely got that. Cool. I mean, I'm fine. Don't worry about it, Lugia. It can take an extra day. It's all good. it's okay. You promised? Did you? You kind of just offhand mentioned it yesterday. I don't know if you really promised it'd be done by today. I asked and you were like, should be done by tomorrow or so. It's a statement. A statement is not a promise. And life got in the way, as it often does. As it ever so wants to do all the time. Stop being so specific. No. Sure thing, Sagano. You trying to get Twitch to kill my channel, Luigi? Is that what you did? You meanie. Twitch won't see it because resolution 7070. They'll find it. They'll ban me off the face of the earth. Yep. These elves got it. What we got left in here? Crimson, 2 Nagakugas, and then 3 epics. Cool. Even a small PP can be mighty in the wrong hands, Lugia. I don't know if this person was coming back or if they just left and they're gone. I guess I'll do a solo Silverloss real quick. Has options for superpowers. Gives you ideas. You gonna include superpowers in your other games? Or it just makes you want to run one of those instead? If you want to do something with it, fair enough. Oh God. Jesus Christ. I believe I'm aware of their existence, yep. Unfortunately. Look at that damage, man. That's what killed me. I guess. Yeah, look at that. He just took away a third of my life by taunting. To the norm, psychics are starting to emerge, challenge power dynamic. What's the difference? I don't know. Any kind of power and magic flavor and how the powers come about, activated bullet would use those stuff. I just mean in a world where, like, superpowers exist. If someone gets psychic abilities, surely that's just going to be classified as a superpower though, right? Usually the difference is that it's a different power setting, or there's like some clear logic to it. That's why I was like, what's the difference? You need to have a clear difference, right? Oh, that's just crappy. Yes, Lugia, it is. But normally there's not. That's the thing. In different universes, like superpowers and magic are basically the same thing. Super's not necessarily mind powered, right? There's no brain stuff going on there with superpowers. It's all like physical attributes and abilities and stuff. Super strength, laser eyes, you know, they can fly, all of that stuff. There's not necessarily like telekinesis, right? That would come under psychic powers. Because that's not like physical in a way. I guess. Telepathy or telekinesis? I mean, depending on what universe you're in, telekinesis and telepathy would just be superpowers, right? That's the only reason I asked. If they've got it set into different things in the book, then they've already got rules laid down for it, which makes it easy to do. Visual cue. Rep off tower and you have the psychic's eyes glow, yeah. More tower tomorrow. Just skimmed what you wanted to look at, fair enough. I didn't mean to like to put you on the spot, sorry. I thought you might have already had something like that, but if the book's got it, then fair enough. I don't have a lot of I was gonna say personal interaction, like personal experience with superhero type stuff. The only one I've really ever like enjoyed is actually the correct word to use, unfortunately. It's like a little web novel called Worm. It's not little at all either, by the way. A web novel called Worm, which I really enjoy. But one of the like categories of superpowers in that is psychics, so I think they're called thinkers. That's the only reason I asked. I don't interact with superhero-y stuff. They have rules and abilities for magic, mutations, psychic abilities, sorcery, and superpowers. Don't know how that's different from magic. At least in D&D terms, sorcery tends to be like internal, right? Magic is external. That's how D&D differentiates them. You can be born a sorcerer, whereas you study to use magic. I don't know if that's a consistent theme, but hey. Sorcerer is a better sounding name than a magician. pretty neat. It does also make a lot of sense that the thing called Chaosium or whatever it was would have a lot of different magical power systems and stuff like that all in the same thing. Call of Cthulhu. They got a little bit of background doing wild stuff as well. There's some crazy shit in that. Wow, he moved. That sucks. I could not hit his tail, dude. Base system for the... Oh, really? Cool. I have no way of knowing that. I'm not into it as you are. I thought it was a new thing. I just assume everything's new. I think I've seen more acronyms from you guys regarding... You and Komuro specifically, regarding TTRPGs, than I have seen in most other fields in my entire life. I was like, oh yeah, sure, the wibbity wibbity. Yeah, that one. Since 98. Yeah, a little bit. They've been using the same one the whole time, or does it get, like, you know, sequential updates to modernize it? Oh. It was a new thing, in a way. I'm not wrong. It all wraps back round. I am correct again. Oh. The edition is new? Yeah, I count that. I don't know how much theirs has changed, right? But from the one TTRPG that I can relate to, look at the difference between like 1st edition and 5th edition D&D, right? I know it's not necessarily the same thing because it's a base rule set, but the difference is stark. I'm gonna take it. It's a win. Just let me have this. Ah, okay, fair enough. Ooh, damn it. Komuro appears just to say shush and then disappears again. Welcome back, Sagando. This is a village quest, by the way. Don't worry, I'm not gonna be in here for like 40 minutes. Nice. Ah, the fireballs, man. Ooh, thank you. Big heal. The kitty cat. Most of your buddies having a rough couple of weeks. Also happens to benefit you. I mean, whenever any of you guys bite some of your tabletop games, they all go into like your folder where you can all access all of them, right? So you kind of all get away with that, if I'm not mistaken. Any of them that enjoy tabletops? Yeah. Nice. There's that as well, so full broken. This one cost me eggs, let's share it with everyone. I mean, it just makes sense, right? You increase your likelihood of actually having people to play it with if they read it and go, oh, this looks interesting. Rather than gating it behind them paying the same amount of money. feel like that's something you always see, kind of like representations of D&D. People passing around books to be able to like look at rules and stuff. Just true for tabletops in general. I really hope I don't have to craft combinable healing here. So basically what digital sharing PDFs is? Yeah, it's just passing the book around the table. The table is just the internet. It is the exact same thing. The same with like what do you call it, the Steam family sharing and all of those sort of programs, right, which allow you to give your games to other people. It's exactly the same as just actually physically handing your game to a friend and being like, give it back in 2 weeks. Right, fly? That would be fantastic right now, actually. Do a flying move. Or charge twice. Might be able to get it down on that. Well, you know what? As long as it doesn't move, that works. Got the head break as well. Yep. So, head break up to 7. Capture chances up to 14. Let's see how it goes. I already carved the tail and it didn't work. You rather like D100, it's rather simple. Makes you want to dip into it more. Fair enough. I always feel like a D100 system must have so much room for variance. Which is kind of interesting, but also terrifying. That's the 7th one. No rubies yet. So it's not how statistics work, right? But the next one we get, the capture should give me a ruby. Because that's 14 capture rolls. 7% on each capture. 10 is 70. 4 is 28, so I'm on 98. It's obviously, once again, not how that works, but, you know. Roll D100, try and roll under your stat or skill you're rolling for. Under half is a better result. Under a fifth is even better, and that one is just for crit. Okay, cool. There's a lot of variance then. Wild. It's your turn to post, by the way. You left on your turn in the rotation. So feel free to post, Sagando. Just check this. I got one more, cool. That's what I thought. I like this, Sagando. You can keep posting all the all the other quests, and I get to just spam Silver Miraculous. Even if I do feel immensely guilty. And that's it, right? Yep. Don't need anything for this guy. Barbecues is so good, man. Oh. Oh, is this how, I don't know if you know this, Sale, but this sounds vaguely like that might be how the thing that Weisu plays rolls. Fabula? Not Fabula, sorry. What's Wise called? Anima. The A got me. That sounds similar. Because I vaguely recall Wise saying, like, you get several hundred points at the start, and you put them into, like, what categories you want to put them into out of a whole bunch. Might not be exactly the same, but it sounds like it might work off a D100-ish system. Don't know anything about it, fair enough. Yeah, it wasn't available in English, right? I feel like I recall this. The same with the... What was the other one that came up when we were talking about that? A One Piece one, I think it was? Or like blatant One Piece ripoff that's not called One Piece? Spanish TTRPG? But that wasn't translated into English either. I want that one. Just gotta learn Spanish. Hey, hi Doriaki. Thank you for showing me that the multiplayer queue request is still on. I'll pause that, give you your point back. If you want to join Freedom Unite, feel free. Only restriction is that you're only allowed to use high rank gear. So that we don't get carried, because I don't want to be carried. Makes the game less fun for me. We're on Hunsterverse in Gathering Hub 50. Forgot to turn that redeem off yesterday, apparently. Whoopsie. Oh, Zale, because I know you'll be there. Please remind me, if I forget, to turn the voices in Tales of Arise to Japanese. I'm hoping I'll remember, but just in case I forget. I can trust in you. Already done it, Mace. Not liking the English cast. It's not that I don't like the English. I don't have a problem with it. I just want chat to shut the fuck up about mocking everything they say. And if it's in Japanese, that kind of fixes that problem. Because the majority of people won't be able to understand any of it. Mocking? Yeah. People just taking piss out of the voices constantly. Really? Uh-huh. Because they do the anime thing where they say what they're doing, right? And in English, because you understand it, it sounds inherently, like, silly, basically. But when you don't understand the base language of what's being said, usually it sounds better. Even though it's just as silly. When they scream the move, that would be Japanese English. That's better. Honestly, that is better. When I'll be here for all the time, if it gets smoked in every stream as much as the first, yeah. There was some bits I was picking at it as well. Because I just think some of the stuff it was doing was really silly. So it's not like I'm above it, but it got too much. It's almost every comment, yeah. There was at no point you couldn't see something in chat. Basically. On my, like, chat preview thing, right? If I looked up to down, I would have been able to see at least one comment about it the whole time. Which is kind of crazy. I think at least a good chunk of that is because I was in English VA. It's a shame. Because I actually think the main character had really good VA. Also, that killed me, but not you. The English VA for the main character seemed really good. No suspension of disbeliefs required, yeah. I assume that is when you, it got too much for you, that's why you dipped out when you did. Because I know you were really excited for it. And you weren't there for very long. But I was like, I get that. That's fair. I am hoping there is a little bit more depth to the gameplay at some point. Because I feel like it's almost there, but it's just quite not. I imagine that will come. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can take, like, you can still enjoy the thing if people are criticizing it, right? And being like, oh, this isn't that good, I don't like this, I don't like that. This, as long as there is equivalent bits of like, this is good, that is good, but when people are just ripping into it with no opposite force, you're not gonna have fun. You're not gonna enjoy it. Especially if it's something you love. And I know I don't do a very good job of it, but it's always why I try and point out what Rise is good at whenever I talk about Rise. Because I always feel like I kind of rip into it a lot. Which isn't my intent. Yeah, Toa's graphics are amazing. I love the visuals in that game so much. I do just hope that the combat... And I think it's just because I'm in like the beginner area, combat's fairly simplistic, right? Just needs a little bit more depth. And then it'll have me. Then it'll have me hooked. Right, this is Crone's Lancey request. Tick that bad boy off. And then Summers was also Lance as well, so we're gonna do... And Capachi's was... Okay, we're doing freaking 6 Lance quests in a row. Cool. Lance. Gonna get rid of those. We're doing another cap, by the way. We're doing another silver loss, if you hadn't managed to guess, Sagando. Dividers, you'd have to get out of the Torah stream to avoid spoilers. Make your choice. Nice. Hey Dawn, welcome. Good to have you. Good to see ya. I'm enjoying it. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned that, but I am enjoying it so far. It's a bit heavy on the story at the start, but that's fine. You have to save money for Tears of the Kingdom in Yakuza. Tales of Arise is also full price as well, so that's a lot of, like... It's at least 2 full price games, right? Enjoy, Zao. Have fun with Fire Emblem. Let me know how you feel about it, without any spoilers, once you're back. We must return to the hammer request, man. We don't need to do that. That's fine. We don't... That's fine. We don't need to. It's okay. Hammer requests are fine. We don't need hammer requests spam. Trying to eat the rest of my dinner while we're walking up this tower here. What, you're saving the points for, Mace? Fair. Yeah, you're going for that 1 mil, right, Dawn? How close are you? At this point, 1/10 of the way. Damn. I know you got to 100,000 relatively recently. I just don't know how quickly it builds up. Give me 100. Okay. Nearly 3/10? Oh my god. It's going to be particularly interesting if you get it. Is it? Fair enough. Super Mario, nice. Dawn is their in-game username for a lot of stuff, so... just to help remember. Please. Fuck's sake. What? The tail. Nice one. As soon as I get this tail, this whole quest becomes so much quicker, man. Wolves. Man, I really do like Lance a lot. Situations like that. Most other weapons I would have been screwed. Even the gun Lance. Lance has got me, man. Gun Lance, I would have been trying to Wyvern Fire or something. Or Shell, and both of those things take so long. Nice old Lance, just triple poke and block. Easy peasy. Fuck. Please help. Constitution or guard up or something would be really bloody nice though. Just to add the like little tiny bit of extra help that Lance needs here. Nice one. I can't hit his damn tail. My God. Why? This is so annoying. I take more damage when he's meant to be abusable than I do when he's not. I cannot hit his tail. He's too tall. That was a mistake. Don't try and charge. It doesn't work. Nope, this is going to deal more damage to me than it's going to help. See? I need to heal. Go away! I died. I'm dead because he got stunned. Flash bombing gets me killed. That's ludicrous, man. It's actually more dangerous for him to be flash bombed than it is for him not to be. If you're melee. That taunt does so much damage. To the point where actually true combos use standing up. That's ludicrous. Oh God. I don't think I'm gonna get this tail. Because this keeps happening as well. Every time he gets knocked out of the air, it's not even freaking helpful. Ooh, go. Moga Woods space. Breath of the Wild? I don't remember that game. Dragon Roost, I guess, because it made me think of my childhood. The village. Whatever the village is called, is a Dragon Roost? Thank fuck. Rito, that's it. It's called Dragon Roost Island, I think, in Wind Waker. I don't really remember Breath of the Wild. It's all just like one big blurry mess. Kind of blends together. I know I did stuff in quote-unquote the wrong order. But other than that, I don't really remember anything. So technically you can do anything in any order you want, right? The game tries to lead you to Zora Domain first. The way the topography is laid out and like the natural way that you follow things leads the grand majority of players to the Zora Domain first, just because of the way the game's laid out. And it also gives you the defensive ability, if I'm not mistaken, right? The one that allows you to heal. Or, like, take extra damage or something? I can't remember. Like, everything about it's intended for it to be the first one. And I ended up in the volcano. Not the volcano, sorry, the desert. I think my last one was the floating one. Oh god, I couldn't tell you how many shrines I did. I had to do it last because the boss is hard? Oh, I did it first. Yeah, Dragon Roost. That's why that's the only thing I could think of the reason why I would enjoy it. It's a Dragon Roost. Did I get it? Nope. Sagando. Is this your quest? You need tail and cap from Naga? Okay. I will, leave my capture guru on. Saw the gem. Yeah, I got a Wyvern Stone. I didn't get a Rathalos Ruby, I got a Wyvern Stone. It's done that to me a few times. 4% head and 5% tail, and I've done both of those 8 times now, by the way. Neither of them have given me any rubies. And captures are 7%. You get 2 capture chances on every single one, which means I've rolled 16 captures. That's 7%, and I've not got any. We're still kind of about average luck, to be honest. Like, we're not even reached average luck, I don't think, for a lot of it. Captures being unlucky at this point. We should have got one from that. But everything else is on brand. Oh, I never even used that ability, Mace. That's the, like, Thunder Snap one, right? I don't think I ever even used it. I'm just gonna bear it back real quick. Sagando. Give me just a moment. Hello. I've returned. With a brainstem as a tail drop. Yeah, I know, right? One year, 1 month and 4 days, Mace. A lot of time. You have now been here for the grand majority of the time the stream has been live. Considering it only went live in January of last year. Absolutely massive majority of the time it's been up for. Too much, frankly. That's just because you never leave. Agreed. Yeah, Spain's is the first one. Literally day one. Spain's origin date? Yeah, the first of the... The 9th of the 1st, sorry. 2021. So, 1 year, 3 months, 6 days is not quite right, but hey. Bully him into unfollowing? I mean, then it'd just be someone else. I don't want to scroll all the way down to the bottom of that list. There's 1,000 people in there now, man. Colours did you even have when you came? When did you come? 1 year, 1 month would have been March. Just over 50. I got affiliate halfway through March. The first 100? Yep. Half a year. Nice. Nearly 7 months. Get up there as well. That is fucking wild to think that people have been here for more than a year. Wow, nice. Well done. What I like trying to do is quickly mentally work out how people arrived based on when they followed. Roughly 7 months ago. That was September, right? So Super Stream. World or Frontier, probably. Yeah, Comro for you. Okay, you've been here for 11 months, Kaname? Holy shit, dude. Super Stream added a bunch of follows, yeah. Yeah, Super Stream was my best followed month to date, I think. I followed when you played Senua. 5 years ago. That's Zero Frontier, yeah. Wasn't there a follower goal? Yeah, to get to... something? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. 525, 625, something like that? Can't remember. Going around 250 to fight 300. You think you caught one or both of those streams? Right. Really? Towards the end of For You, Comrade? Oh yeah, May. Damn. I feel like you've been here for longer. Was the year? Yeah. I took my sweet ass time before you, by the way, huh? For You, good game. Excuse you? For You, at the very least. Great game. Track yourself. Also a whole lot of twists, 12-hour streams. Yeah. Don't worry, that number, thankfully, goes back down again for a while now. Thank fuck. Days of Monham, not just 3. Yeah. Why are you aharing? TD1 is being evil. Look at that, number 1. Huh? Oh! Nice. The badge, you don't have one? Nope. I mean, how long was it before you did your own sub, to be fair, Mace? 6, 7 months? That was our only game. I mean, you don't get a founder's badge like that, Comro. Founder's badge, you have to sub for yourself. Founder's badge can rot away, wow. What I don't understand is how the damn partner follower badge works, man. You have not yet once bought your own sub. Oh, yes. Amazing. Oh. Partner badge? Yeah, there's... You get additional founders badges when you get to partner. You get an additional 65 or something. I'm pretty sure you get 10 for thingy and then you get 75 for partner. But I don't know if the founders badge looks different or something, because I'm pretty sure you get a shitload more. Partner, Twitch, founders. Oh, 25, sorry. Partner. Not 75, 25. Because I don't know if that works like retroactively. Right? Does it give it back to the people that were the first 25, or is it the first 25 afterwards? Is it the first 15 because it's already given 10? Like, I have so many questions, and Twitch, you don't give me my answers. Did you get the tails you needed, by the way? I'm hoping you did. Tail, yes, but no brainstem. Cool. You get the brainstem in the same way that you get the tail, right? Cut the tail off and capture him. If I recall. I don't quite remember. It's a pain in the butt to look stuff up in this game. What are you building, by the way? With Nagakuga stuff? I'm interested. Balance, you think? Cool. Cool. Maybe the sword and board. Sword and board also looks really nice. You'll never be able to guess what I'm gonna suggest that we do, Sagano. They're gonna be at it for a while, unfortunately. You are rank 1. You are also rank 1. Well, unfortunately for them. About that big Naga tail slam damage? Yes. Nice, Cobro. Very nice. What game are you doing it? Or games, knowing you, probably. Played your Pearl Nuzlocke until you found until Elite 4, and now you need to plan stuff. Right. Fair enough. You found a Y Nuzlocke that you picked up again? There it is! I knew it! I knew it would be multiple games! Bomb. Cool. Very cool. Gonna do Fire Emblem 7 Iron Man? What is that entail? Why you in particular? Multiple games in particular? Kappa? Yeah, hard Kappa on that one. It's not even multiple games in particular, Cobro. It's just multiple, like, Pokemon games. Or Nuzlocks, or whatever. Maybe even just multiple Nuzlockes. Arguably one of the easiest games of the series, right? Iron Man, I only know it from XCOM. If it's the same as that, which is basically like no save scumming, no level reloading. Basically the same thing, right? Cool. That's adorable. Oh, Sagado, I'm gonna leave the tail to you, you useful bastard. Thank you for bringing like sword. I gotta try to hit him in the first place. 7 has some BS chapters. That seems to be like the case for Fire Emblem. To be fair, each game has some chapters which are just like horrible. Oops. Looking forward to playing Engage at some point. Man. Mace has played and completed Engage and really liked it. Lugia's played almost all of it and got near the end at least. I don't think they're completed it. I think they were saving for the finale when they really wanted to do it. Look at Sagando's health, man. Do you see what I mean? Like, his health just got shredded. Being at that tail is a death sentence when he's flash bombs. It's insane. It's a lot of damage. I know, right? It's insane how quickly you die. The flash bombs are meant to be helpful, not harmful. Harmful? Is that a word? It doesn't feel right. I think it is. It just feels so wrong. Trying to get all the part breaks to give Sagado time, but I'm not doing a good job. Fire Engage has become your favorite game in the entire series. Hot diggity damn. That's high praise. Three Houses is your favorite? I think Three Houses might be heavily brought down for me by the sanctuary, the monastery. Hey, well done. Oh, he managed to get to me. Damn. Missing 4 and 11, but not in the first 3, but who cares about those at this point? Don't say that. The Fire Emblem fans will come out of the woodwork. Go on. You don't know how mainly the waifu part of Free Houses seem to appeal to people? Don't know though. The waifu part? Huh? Just the fact you can, like, marry people? That bit? The female characters to, you know, I mean, but you can't, though. Waifu nemesis, oh no. I mean, like... If you want to stop people getting all, like, waifu-y over games, though, right? The only way to do that, because human beings, is to, like, literally not put women in. And even then, like, they'll find a way. They're called husbandos. Syphilis. It's a different word. I don't know. At least for me, when I played it, it didn't really feel like that. I kind of just picked whichever character I liked the most. Not everything we need to do is sexual involvement of any kind. Yeah. I mean, like, it doesn't... You don't have to, though, right? Just because other people do, you don't have to. Flame? Yeah, but Flame's like a 7,100-year-old god, so, you know, whatever. That's just... Japan for you at that point. Not just Japan nowadays. I mean, with literal children, it is though. I think I can't think of many other places outside of Japan where it's done with, like, literal children. Japan still has the... like the Sufis from Fire Emblem. Free Houses, right? The time lolly. Their obsession with making characters that definitely look like they're 10 years old, but actually, it's okay because they're several hundred years old, don't worry about it. They still do that. Children, quick aging portals anymore? What? I hate fucking Fire Emblem. It's just whack, man. I really like XCOM. I don't know what I don't want to know, Syphilis, so please no one answer him. Them. I haven't played it yet. Don't want to know. At least not publicly in chat. What the hell is Noe? Noe? I'm gonna assume that's an older game. Sentiment of the same thing. Oh, okay. Of course. I'm almost certainly Syphilis, right? I haven't even played it. I'm gonna give it like an 80% chance. That there's some random character that panders to the freaking lollicots, dude. Also known as pedophiles in English. Of course you can. Engage is free? Hey! I bet there's something else really bad in there instead. I'll find out eventually. I'm gonna play it this year. Fuck. I hate that this Rathalos is giving us so much trouble, man. Become capturable already, you fuck. I have Tranquilizer Guru on. Great sword, go big slashing. Thank you, Falco. I'll wait for an XCOM 3 will come out. I don't know if they're making another one, are they? Didn't the lead dev of XCOM quit? I mean, they can make another one without him, I guess, but... Pretty sure the lead dev quit. I feel like I vaguely saw that on my phone at some point. Oh, thank fuck. Right, Google says no. Dang. I mean, I wanted you to be right, to be honest. I very much approve XCOM 3. I don't know where they'd go with it. Oh, damn it. Is the thing. Because they can't do what they did with XCOM 2, right? And be like, oh, you canonically failed again. Because at that point, everyone's been turned into goo. Like, all humans have been turned into goo. Right. 9th, head break, tail calves. And the 18th. 17th and 18th capture chances. Tail calf didn't give it to us. Chimera Squad's so different. Yeah, Chimera Squad was fine. But I didn't really, like, super enjoy it the way I did the other two. What are the Wrath Rubies for? Rathalos armor? Silver Rathalos armor? In order to be able to fight Fatalis, and in order to get through a decent chunk of G rank without having to build an armor. Nope. Your quests again, though? I'm still no Ruby. Nope. We've already done 9 of them, to be fair. Weird controller like slap-on thing for a smartphone, which makes us have a controller grip. A physical stick and triggers, then emulate Freedom Unite and try and play it that way. That is a terrible idea, yes. You are correct. Round 50? Congrats, Berserk. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. The Poogie to get Raffi and Ruby. I don't want a Raffi and Ruby, Falco. I want a Rathalos Ruby. Let's not go to hell. Costs nothing, yet you're curious if it'll be comfortable with that thing people usually get for mobile PUBG. People play mobile PUBG? Welcome, Berserk. Good to see you again. Welcome back. I thought your PUBG was kind of dead. Didn't it get like bought by another developer and then had a whole bunch of problems with like bots and stuff? What's the thing? I want to remember. Capture tail cut, I assume. Segundo. Yep, okie doke. I ticked off too many of these too early, apparently. Let's do this, and then go Lance from... Chuck that bad boy in there. Just so that I actually get them all done. Because I'm not going to get them all done today. Entirely sensor layout and how it kills any precision, yeah. I mean, you asked for it, buddy. They got Segundo as well. This Genprey needs to be stopped. There we go. It's injured now, at least. I mean, I don't know what a crutch is, so... Other than the thing that you walk on. Good luck if you give it a go. I would say if you're playing it with iOS, like someone said, I'm pretty sure it just gives controller support. So at that point, just like... find a way to connect the controller to your iOS instead. Honestly, depending on how powerful your phone is, you might just be able to emulate PPS's PP. To be honest. I don't know if it works on phone or not. I know Citra does. Not using anything Apple. I respect that. I am the same. Points to make it as portable as possible. I mean, the controller's pretty reasonable, isn't it? Or are you thinking, like, it fits in your pocket type of level of portable? The whole setup. They do? Oh, cool. I wasn't sure if, I know Citra worked on phone, I just didn't know if PPS's did. That's good. Nice. Now we just got to capture the bugger. Wait, did I do a redeem myself? What the fuck? Yeah, I popped one in because I clicked 3 off at once. Nice. They were all Lance in a row. And I'm not going to get all of them done. And I don't want to forget about it for next week, right? Friend shits itself when you launch a new monster on Citra. Favored option has an instant aneurysm. That seems about right for Citra. I would say check to see if your Citra's trying to run new 3DS mode, Vongler. Because Citra ran fine for me for the longest time. And then they added an option in to run new 3DS mode, which was clicked on by default for some reason. And it made everything on my computer run like crap. Like, I couldn't run FreeU. Not recording it, not streaming it, nothing. I just couldn't run FreeU. The entirety of Citra would just crash constantly. Really annoying. To me when I was trying to record FreeU speedruns as well. I'd get like an hour into run and it'd just give up. Really annoying. Really annoying. Spare your phone. Stick to attempting to make PSP titles play. That's fair. But since she's going to do like trouble on your laptop, and you turned the new 3DS thing off, Dawn, because you might just find it is that. Honestly. Depending on what patch you're on. I had a conversation with Komuro about it, if there's any way to backdate, because I thought it was just like the Citra version I was on that was fucked, but it wasn't. Started messing after working with it, yeah. Hey Dino! How much longer are we playing Freedom Unite for? Just this quest, I'm afraid. Was busy listening to stupid songs, way too much effort into them. I don't know if you remember, Komuro, it wasn't really important. I had problems with Citra a while ago when I was talking to you about it. I was just mentioning that I was talking to you about it on the Discord. That's all. Works fine when you turn shaders off, right. Use a Monster Hunter tail in Citra build? Oh, neat. I didn't know such a thing existed. Just looking forward to joining. Oh, I'm sorry. Whoops. Even if you don't get the brainstem, you can get the Naga gun lance. Yo, nice. Upgrade it from the Tiggy. Ah, true. Very true. Next week, Dino. Next week. We'll probably have more multiplayer next week as well. Because I will be running out of village quests that I can actually do. Well, I got it. Not that I want it. You get all my rubies, I get all your brain stems. Seems like the deal we're gonna have here, potentially. Bad. Big yawn. Right, let's go back in here. And just do this. Okie dokie. That is not a sneeze. That is me done with Freedom Unite for now. The stream will continue for another while. Next Freedom Unite will be in a week's time. You can see when on that little link there. Saturday and Sunday in the mornings. They will not be 12 hours as they currently show at the moment. They will be 8 hours instead, but yeah. Just take away 4 hours from the stream time in total in the morning, and then half and half is how that will be. Thank you for hunting with me, Sagando. Appreciate it. The randos we had earlier as well. Like I said, I will be moving over to GU for now. So I'm going to chuck the BRB screen up, go get a drink, refill, have a little walk around, do all the stuff that you might do there, right? And I will speak to you in just a moment. See you in a sec.